Con. Today we are here with King of the Castle again. And I can hear myself. Why do I have my stream open? Hey, welcome in Woo. How are you doing? I shall open up the lobby. Which one? This one? It's opened up the lobby so people can join. I just need to make a little, what do you call it? Write a little note down on YouTube. Well, that's weird. You're okay? Thanks for asking. How am I? I am also okay. A bit later start than I intended. I totally didn't fall asleep or anything for a brief moment. Okay. Their message is there. Surely, well, I don't need to spam someone to get them to come. Do you remember who was in the Barons and the Counts last time? Particularly the Barons, I believe. I'm pretty sure that when I was doing random, what do you call it? Random choice for one of them, that was in the Count of the East. So I think Ayubot, if needed, will be in Counts of the East. Chat, are we cooked? Oh my god. Don't remember what you had for dinner yesterday. That's fair. Am I gonna have to leave like a... No, that's cute. You still have a dirty plate on your desk. The plate, the only thing that lets you remember. Oh, okay. I thought Probot was broken earlier because I tried to give the roll to myself to check which roll it was, and it just was like coming up with an error. But it seems to be working now. Also, how's that poll going for what to do? Looks like we're going to be having demos tomorrow. You have to go in 10 minutes for 10 minutes. Well, at this rate, we'll be starting in 20 minutes. My god, where is everybody? I mean, it says air brake is still going. Oh well, just okay. It says air brake just ended. You're making a ham and onion cheese. I'm assuming it's a ham, an onion cheese sauce. Got to take it out of the oven. It's fair. You might have a very big pile of ashes and very much smoke in the house if you don't. Please, if anyone is here and wishes to join, for those on Twitch, you can exclamation join. And for those on YouTube, you would have to come over here and onto Twitch and do the same. Come over here onto the fancy looking chat. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need... Okay. Okay. We should be back, and it probably looks like ass. So I actually want to see how this looks. How does it look when it gets laggy and shit? Apparently it looks okay. I mean, nothing's going on right now, so... It probably actually is fine for this kind of game, I would imagine. But yeah, if I was doing like, I don't know, Warframe or like a racing game or like even like an FPS game, I think War Thunder and tanks would be okay, but in planes probably wouldn't. Like the quality when it gets to the point where it'd normally be laggy. It's fine, right? Like, it looks fine right now, right? I can't believe that the only solution that's going to work for me, right, or that I can find right now, is going to be the one that makes like half the shit that I want to play look so scuffed for like, I don't know, 10-20 minutes just randomly. Okay, but for real, are we gonna have enough people join back when Wu's back? Yo, hey Shirakamikon, welcome in. How are you doing today? Sure. I'm worried that I messed something up too. You're good. That's good. Wait, I never posted that I'm going live on Twitter. I don't think that's gonna pull someone else in, but who knows, maybe. You finished most of your tasks now? Nice. It's worth a try. Back. Oh no. You're back and we haven't found anyone else yet. Forgot to add flour to thicken it the sauce and it's all Time to boil it for an hour. Okay, I guess you can add flour now, can't you? Can you? I assume so. I don't know if anyone was here for the first time I streamed this, but the first time I streamed this, there was like 7 people playing. Did I post a bulk link on Twitter? No, it's the link is fine. Yeah, kinda. No, I mean like the first time. We've played Gartic in the meantime? Maybe. Wait. We have one more, maybe? maybe we find a final one to start? Welcome in, Balrog of Moriel. How are you doing? You mostly watch me playing War Thunder, yeah. But I think I streamed this like 2 or 3 times like a year ago or something. And there was a time when we had like 7 or 8 people in the game. Writing up your D&D character in your journal while watching King. What kind of D&D character is it? Greetings, sleep-deprived people. How are you? Hello, Skulker. Welcome in. I am good. How are you doing? I might be the least sleep-deprived person here, maybe. An artificer wizard? I've never played a wizard. I know Artificer, I did play like a video game version of it. Honestly, Artificer seems cool as hell. I kind of want to play like meme stuff in D&D though, like The most recent thing I thought of that I want to try is a mute sorcerer. Because it's like you have a limited access to a random, like a pretty random set of spells. Is an artifice homebrew? Isn't it the, like, from the other book? You're doing okay. Your skills kicking in the last few days. You got not a lot of sleep. And besides that, you're doing okay. Well, at least other than that, you're doing okay. I'm assuming that you're going to be going like to sleep soon. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, I want to try the mute sorcerer thing. It just seems like it would be interesting to play like with that random set of spells, and then you have your meta magic to cast like actual good spells. I think you'd have to do it where you make it like wild magic, just so you can like randomly cast good spells too. No, staying up, there's no point in sleeping because you'll be woken up in 2 hours anyway, so I sleep. Do you want to join in then if you're going to be up? You could subtle spells that require speaking, right? Yeah. Yeah, you could use the meta magic for ones that require speaking. Next campaign, your character's going to be mute. You just sit through the entire campaign and say nothing. Also, last time I played, I was a goblin. I was a goblin. Goblin ranger with a pet spider that I rode around. You tune on later because you're playing with friends right now, but as said later on, you're there. Okay. So yeah, if you wanna join too, Shida, you'd have to come to Twitch, but yeah, you just come here, type !join, and all you really have to do is just like vote on things when they come up. Sounds cool, Hex. Spider mount sounds sick. You only have a ghostly cat familiar. Yeah. I'm trying to think. We were doing like one of the. It wasn't like homebrew, but it was like one of the other books. Version of Ranger. You know, you don't have a Twitch account. I see. Kind of lazy. It's I don't know if I can find it, but it's the one where your pet learns to like use an attack on something adjacent to it as a reaction when you attack. It's that variant. I don't remember like which book that variant comes from. You've got a Fiend Raven familiar with white feathers and 6 pink eyes. You have the M1 just... Actually, that reminds me. My most recent character was actually a sorcerer, but that only lasted like 2 or 3 days before we stopped. I was more invested in that story than the story of my goblin, even though like the story in my goblins party was literally getting to like the arc of my goblin right when we ended. It was like the worst time for ending, right? So like basically like I grew up. Next 15k points goes to D&D on stream in a video game form or what? A mind goblin. Hello, Kid Thunder. Welcome in. How are you doing? Where was I? Oh yeah. So when the goblin one ended, we'll get into it after this story. My goblin had like a master that he grew up with who was a quote unquote druid. It was actually a warlock LARPing as a druid, and paladins came and yeah, so paladins came and they like, you know, raided the house or whatever. And thank you for playing King of the Castle. You see anyone playing it? You're welcome. So if I stream Friday and Saturday next week, it'll be Friday and Saturday next week as well. But it's probably going to be like War Thunder for the next... No, it's probably going to be Steam demos tomorrow and then War Thunder like the next 2 or 3 days after that. Yeah, my goblins master, when we got raided by the paladins, kind of just vanished. And then we got to the point in the story where like my master was like doing some fancy ritual that was like getting us caught in a time loops, and we were investigating it. And we got to the point where I sacrificed myself and got revived, and it brought him back into like the, I guess like the world from like the spirit world or whatever. And we were literally at the boss, right at the start of the boss battle for my character's story, and that was like the last time we got together and played. We never got an ending. We just knew that my master was like some big evil guy or whatever. Anyway, and onto the game. Common D&D scheduling moment. Yeah. And I think some drama happened, so we're never getting back into it. Also, yeah, this is a situation where barons are having a great time at everything but farming. And the patricians are being struggling. While barons are stacked, yeah. Barons are totally stacked. Path to victory. What the hell are your stats? Wait, how long? I set it up again. It's okay. You can get like good trade as your goal, right? You may see the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course. Remember when you had 0 military? Unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy to the throne they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Okay, I want to select a different thing from every other time. So I've selected trade, farming, and authority, I think. I'm going to go conqueror. Now we got to destroy the monarch. They are my usurpers and steal my money. A warrior monarch is sure to be remembered fondly if they win more battles than they lose. Better to do it from a position of strength. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Have I ever got an heir? I don't remember if I've got an heir last time I played. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from Queen Ruperta, but you still must answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with. Shall we call on the nobles? Yes. We're poor. Okay, you can vote C or D. I know you're gonna vote C. Oh my god, you have no money. What? I am being thrown into the river. Fun. It is decided. The monarch will be thrown into the river. Stability up by 1. Authority down by 1. That's right, you cannot lose something you don't have. Yeah, I realized that when you voted for D. Let me get changed out of my nice robes. The nobles pick you up and carry you to the Treadwater River, hurling you into the shallow water with a cheer. And Lego City. When you climb back up the banks, soaking wet, the Chancellor steps forward and places a crown upon your head. Is it your imagination, or are some of the nobles stifling giggles? Hey Eve, welcome in. How are you doing today? Council introduction. We bloody well pulled it off, didn't we? The barons are finally in charge and we can sort this kingdom out. Now, just remember our little arrangement. We put you on that damn throne, so you do as we tell you. Got it? What if I govern for the good of the whole kingdom? What have the other regions ever done for us? The march is what matters. Don't forget that, or I'll jam my boots so far up your backside you'll taste shoelaces. Now introduce yourself to the rest of the council, but don't forget what I told you today. Introduce myself to the Counts of the East. In order to make your acquaintance, Your Majesty, may you escape the doom that befell your predecessor and the patricians of the coast. A pleasure, Your Esteemed Highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices. Meanwhile, what do you think? Will they be a good little monarch and do as they told? Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling. We should have a backup plan, just in case. Adam is back. My country is exploding. Who is exploding? You live in America. I see. Oh, dear cutie in YouTube chat. Hello. Woo says hello, Eve. Killian of the Kid X Thunder bloodline, Sinister Marcher, Hellion, stands for a blazing hearth, yelling at full volume. What a coup. Kim now sits the throne, and the barons are in charge, but the other regions will already be scheming to depose them. Do we stay loyal to the new monarch, or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead? Okay, what are you doing, barons? You live in the US as well. What's going on in the US? You voted for gunpowder, lower authority. You love your guns. Too right, a few months in the luxury of the palace and monarch, Kim has gone soft. We deserve a real baron on the throne. The Republic of Kurth has this substance called gunpowder. With enough of that, the barons could take over the kingdom. Of course, a sensible monarch would never allow one region to hoard such a thing. To do so secretly, the barons must ensure their trading partners don't fear the monarch's wrath. To advance their scheme, the barons must lower authority to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Vote, go. Are you the only baron? Yes, we only have 1 of each right now. Woke up this morning, went scroll through TikTok. all no kings protests and stuff right now. Anyway, let's not get into that. How's your day going, Yumu? My day was going well. Other than that, how's your day been? Like, just personal things. Not like social media in your country and whatever. What do you mean the tail is real? The tail is real. It's real. It's real. Zagana of the Balrog of Moria dynasty. Eccentric Eastern enigma leans delicately on a podium, sighing. My fellow counts, in ancient times the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false monarch Kim wears the crown. Okay, counts, I guess, what are you doing? Is born like that, weird mutation. Things are shaping up that things will just go fine. How can you say that already? Your dad's okay, you're being awake for literally 1 hour. How does the voting thing work over on Twitch? Okay, yeah, so if on Twitch you exclamation join and it'll put you in a side. And then when there's a voting thing, either for everyone or for your side, you can exclamation vote and then the letter and it'll put down the vote. We're getting spooky. Voted for possession. Yeah, that's pretty spooky. I don't actually think anyone's ever tried to do possession on me. Oh, no, maybe they have. I don't know. Maybe it was like a year ago someone did. Come here, dear guy. Guns don't kill people. People do. That's why your plan is the scariest. I see. Actually, this guy got on power, I think. Or maybe it was the guy before from Gunpowder plan. The Count's plan to summon a demon to possess the monarch, putting them totally under their control. Firstly, they must lull the monarch into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the Counts must lower their defiance to 4 or less in 2 seasons. You are here now. Hello, Eve. Welcome into the Twitch chat. Nyx of the Wu family, well-known coastal tycoon, scribbles with well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of the monarch Kim. Something must be done. Okay, patrician, what is your goal? Conspiracy lower treasury. Oh, that's gonna be easy. The patricians plan to sink the monarch under an ocean of debt. To advance his scheme, the patricians must lower their treasury to 1,500 or less in 3 seasons. You're realizing you have no idea how this works. Yeah, so you join... Get your money up, not just money up. You... Exclamation join followed by pronouns. What's it? Is it? I need to check. It should say on the overlay too. Yeah, it's either he, she, or they. And that'll put you into the game. And then when it comes time to vote, you just like exclamation vote and then your option. I don't want to adopt any of those. They aren't they aren't particularly fun for the for Twitch. The honor guard. Hoped it work. It did work. You're one of the barons. As is tradition, each region offers a selection of elite guards. The counts with the Knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose, the patricians with the champion gladiators from the arena, and the barons offer a squad of battle-hardened veteran soldiers. Unfortunately, we can't recruit Eastern Knights. There's been a major scandal. Some of their poetry was plagiarized. They won't come to the capital until this blows over. You'll need to pick someone else. So it's either the gladiators or the veterans. We can't afford foreign mercenaries. I'm gonna do a random choice between these two. So it's a 1, which is actually the gladiators. So I'm going to pick. Yes. So what I like to do is, whichever one I belong to, I like to pick one of the two options as that one. A gang of lowborn crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? That's what we're going with. How could you choose them? I will make the arrangements at once. The gladiators arrive a few weeks later. The men are bare-chested and the women underdressed, eager to show off their bodies as much as their weaponry. They gather behind your throne and begin oiling themselves up. The jousting tournament. Ayo. Your Majesty, the Barons of the March have invited you to a jousting tournament. How delightfully rustic. I will compete myself. Superb, Your Majesty. I will send your acceptance directly. Yeah, that's Patricia's fault. The defiance in the march has gone down by 1. You think we know why the king chose gladiators? Oh my god. A petitioner from afar. Your Majesty, there is a petitioner here to see you today. We're not exactly sure where she's from. I assume you have a good reason for letting her in? You'll see soon enough, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Oriad. I have a proposition for you. Oriad, where are you from? The king is freaky, but I can't prove it, Side-Eye. Oh my god. You're gonna get that Empire crazy. No! Distant shores, Your Majesty. I prefer to keep my exact origins a secret. Who are you exactly? I am but a humble ship's captain, one of great renown. That was a different time. Not a pirate then? No, Your Majesty. Never would I countenance the thought. Tell me more about this proposition. 3 ships are docked in a harbour to the west. Their hulls are packed to the gills with muskets and gunpowder, and they each boast a full battery of cannons. They are all yours in return for a small favour. And what is this favour? I only wish to stay in this kingdom with your blessing and protection. I can show your soldiers how to use the weapons, of course, to avoid any accidents. Alright, what did you do? I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty. I simply wish to keep my dealings private. You will forgive me, I hope. Okay, so you can vote A or C. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I didn't even need to veto that, did I? Provides safe haven for the Oread in exchange for muskets. Oread and her weapons proved most useful in the coming months. She and her crew train your officers, as promised. Everything, everyone's military goes up by 2. Oread demonstrates by puncturing a metal breastplate at 500 yards. The council clearly made the right decision. Where is the count? The council watch from the shadows. Oh, okay. Okay, so this one is a bit different to normal. So it is exclamation fund XY, where X is the building, A, B, C, D, E, or F, and Y is the amount you wish to pledge. We start the auction now. Oh my god, poor Woo. No. It would be. I think this auto ends when the time's up, but it would be exclamation fund C100. It got built, Eve, don't worry. Okay, so the theatre's being built, which reduces authority by 1, and the council built the aqueduct, which increases their farming by 1. Finding a spouse. So we are picking the barons for this. Your Majesty, it's important that you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, don't mind, don't mind. You fumbled that so hard, yeah. It still got built though. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the barons as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? A private exchange. The Kurth captain that you allowed to stay in the capital, the one who traded those weapons, she has been the cause of some concern. Nobles have complained that she is being rude and confrontational, and something about etiquette. Bad etiquette, I assume it was. Worse, some suspect her of being a cursed spy. I will have a word. You find Oread pacing the halls, far from her assigned chambers. Can I help? Kurth bounty hunters arrived in the coast not long ago, and they are looking for me. I did not expect them to come here. Clearly, I was wrong. Tell me what you did and I might help you. My crime was a crime of thought. I dared to disagree with the other senators on a matter of great import. So you're a senator of Kurth? I was once. Now I am nothing. You'll be fine if you stay with me. Are you sure? I'm the monarch. There is nowhere safer. Very well. I hope my trust is not misplaced. Special guest. The barons have assembled upon a jousting field, watching from tall stands. The place is buzzing with excitement. A servant straps on your armor and helps you mount your horse. She hands you your lance, and you ride out onto the field. Welcome, one and all. We have a most thrilling guest today. As you ride your horse past the stands, nobles gasp and stare. I will blow a kiss at a baron. Cheering erupts, and the nobles stamp so hard that the stands tremble. When the jousting starts, you quickly realize your opponents swerve each time they approach. They don't want to hurt a monarch. Puts a dent in the challenge, really. Bracing match, isn't it? You're beating everyone soundly. Disguise myself to get a real match. A new competitor is about to join us. They come from the march. Your entourage helps you into a new set of armor, and you ride out onto the field. And here we have, what was his name? Baron Jack, ready for a fight. Finally, a real battle. You unseat competitor after competitor, blood courses through your veins as you raise your lance in victory. The audience roars in support, cheering wildly for Baron Jack. Is this what it's like to be truly admired? At the end of the day, Baroness Eve hands you the bag of gold as your prize. You leave the tournament feeling very pleased with yourself. Meanwhile, the march of cavalry troops see a huge influx of people eager to join up, inspired by your example. Welcome in, Anon and Miss Gutsy. You've joined the patricians and counts respectively. Perfect, finally a balance. Yes, 2 each. Amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small squat castle stands watch over the march of border. There, at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. Look here, our first shipment from Kurth. Incredible, may I see inside? Careful with that torch, you fool, you'll blast to smithereens. So this is the fabled black powder. Incredibly powerful, but we'll need much, much more to put you on the throne. For the next stage of the Baron's scheme, they must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Our trade and military are the best in the land. In the words of a purple giant, balanced as all things should be. Who is that purple giant? Hidden in a labyrinth beneath an eastern castle, a pair of counts meet to speak of their schemes against the monarch. A chancellor sent me a fruit basket last week to thank us for our efforts in helping the crown. It's working. Our reputation is secure. Our problem now is the Archbishop. His beady little eyes will be focused on us if we're not careful. You must evade him at all costs. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower their faith to 4 or less in 4 seasons. You can't escape him. Thanos. Ah, yes, Thanos. The fights in the march has gone up by 1. Are the bounty hunters. Your Majesty, these good folk are bounty hunters, representing the Republic of Kurth, they say. Monarch Kim, we greet you humbly. Tell me more about Kurth. It is lovely this time of the year. You should visit. Lots of rain, but we make do. As for more important matters, we are searching for someone, a fugitive, you might say. Last we heard, she went by the name of Boread. Well, what kind of fugitive is she? The ships under her command are property of the Republic of Kurth, as is their cargo. I don't know anyone by that name. Forgive us, Your Majesty, but we are not fools. We know your military is using the weapons she stole. I'm afraid she's under my protection. As we feared, still, perhaps, we can work out a deal? The Grand Pensionary of Kurth is offering a large bounty for the return of this woman, and we are sure that an esteemed monarch such as yourself would not risk drawing Kurth, sire. As proof of our goodwill, we will even allow you to keep the firearms that were stolen. Oh. Damn, hand her over. I can veto something or add a vote to something. I'm gonna veto C. Okay, so you can vote A or B. She helped us, hand her over, she's a spy. We've got to vote for B, a vote for A. It's drawn. Oh no. They give the money. I could think of the money. Or I could get the revenge. The bounty hunters protest and leave only when you threaten to have them thrown out. Their parting words contain chilling warnings of cursed retribution, which you hope are only idle threats. Eligible options. You want to know the Growly Scroll Treasury? Eve, think about it. If the king is rich, the patricians can't win. Think and help of humanity. The money, damn, very noble your race. Yes, I know. I found 3 potential ways for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdoms, 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where we've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. They whisk away the cloth in the first portrait. This is Matilda, the eldest daughter of the Eastern Misgutsi dynasty. In her youth she ran off and tried to join a circus. They found her in the end, thank the ninth. She had a laboratory installed in her castle and spends most of her time there, conducting bizarre experiments. She's always planning something, they say. Schemes within schemes. She's an intriguing candidate. From the coast we have Justin, the wealthy heir to noble patrician Anon's estate. He spends most of his time in the solitude of his villa, so I know little about him. I like the sound of him. And finally we have the March's offering, Helamin, scion of the prestigious Eve bloodline. A typical baroness really, loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. Like most of the barons, her passion is hunting. No beast is safe from a crossbow. Give her half a chance and she'll expound at length on how we should improve the lot of the peasants. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I've made my decision. Element of the March. Excellent, I'll make the arrangements so that the March's Defiance has gone down by 1 and the Coast and East Defiance has gone up by 1. It's FYI, if anyone looking to sway me in the future, I don't care about money, I care about people. What's actually right and wrong, without a bribe or payment. Okay. Justin is already held up, choose wisely. You need a spy for safety. Our grip tightens on the king. This is the mysterious knight. Ah, yes. As you walk the corridors, your spy master falls into step beside you. She hands you a wooden carving of a figure astride a horse. I hear a mysterious knight called Baron Jack made quite the impression last jousting season in the March. No one knows who they are. The barons want to sell these figures and commercialize the enigmatic jouster. It would bring a great deal of money to the area. Dramatically reveal that the mystery knight is you. You make your big announcement with incredible pomp, putting out a proclamation that the mysterious knight was none other than you. For a moment the barons look annoyed that you pretended to be one of them, but instead excitement explodes. As the story spreads, you become more popular than ever. Okay. At a dingy seaside tavern, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Terrible news, the kingdom prospers. The treasury is practically overflowing. I didn't expect the new monarch to be competent. Nobody did. We must work harder to bankrupt them. The patricians' aim is to lower the treasury to 1,500 or less. Oh. I'm gonna adopt that one. Yeah. I think when you're on Twitch, it probably just keeps you in the game, I think. Like, if you disconnect. I don't know for sure though, but I imagine so. Just because it doesn't really know if you're disconnected, I would assume. Your Grace, I've come up with an excellent money-making scheme. I'm listening. Have you heard of a thing called simony? It means selling off priesthoods to anyone who wants them. I've already spoken to the Archbishop, and I'm convinced him it's a good idea. Of course he'll get a healthy cut of the profits, and so will you. Why would anyone pay to be a priest? It's a very cushy job for a noble's third son who's too wimpy for the army and has nowhere else to go. Why, my little Ivan would be a perfect first candidate. I was skeptical at first, but Count Mizgutsi has really sold me on the idea. Let's put it to a vote, shall we? Okay, I'm not gonna veto when there's two options. You mentioned you like money, right? And this doesn't hurt anyone out either. Okay, you can vote A or B. Okay, you voted just slightly too early. It's okay. You say you're not gonna vote? No, this is bound to backfire. By the blood of the dead, you try to help people and they spit in your face. Stability is increased by 1 and defiance is increased by 1 in the east. The Royal Wedding. As far as bad actions go, it's incredibly tame. Your wedding to Helaman is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Helaman at your side. Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? I do. And I pronounce you married in the eyes of the kingdom. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new wife Helaman dances so vigorously that she spills wine all over herself. Oh my god, ads. Yeah, we will take a short pause. Short pause. Right. Time for me to drink some water. I must have been doing that before too. I don't remember it, but my bottle's like nearly empty. There's no way I sucked up like a whole bottle of water in a few sips. Wife got too silly, a silly wife, buy one get one. Buy one get one? It does still say that there's ads for 80 more seconds, so I'm gonna wait 80 seconds and then go through the gains and losses. But water. Yes. Yes, indeed. My bottle of water. Hello Gungam. Welcome in. How are you doing? Am I going to get the anime tank? You know, if I get the anime tank, Skulker and Leninovich are gonna call me a gooner. But also, why would I want a singular top tier tank? Oh yeah, you forgot about that. You got all the body pillows. Actually, same. I have the body pillows now. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast. And after the feast, a dance. Your new wife Helaman dances so vigorously that she spills wine all over herself. Stability and authority are up by one, and defiance is down by one everywhere. By the time you find yourself alone with Helaman, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. Good God, I am so drunk, and yet somehow not drunk enough. Time for more wine. How are you still so full of energy? Oh, you sound just like my mother. She's been asking that question since I was 5 years old and swinging from the chandelier. So what do you like to do in your spare time? Nothing beats the romance of the hunt, roaming the great outdoors, searching for my prey. What do you think of the wedding? It was damn beautiful from start to finish, wasn't it? I had a whale of a time. And shall we go to bed together? No time like the present, eh? She swigs back the last dregs of her wine and leads you to bed. We should have all of the body pillows fall under, even like the Japanese furry ones. You'd get the M1A1 HC if you're playing the PC version. I don't know what that is. That sounds like American, maybe. Welcome in, Paris. A pillar of the community. Your esteemed Highness, I regret to have to bring this matter to you, but there's no other way. We've been tracking a coastal criminal who's wanted in conjunction with a number of high-profile incidents back home. We thought she'd slipped the net until recently, when we discovered that she'd fled into the east a number of years ago. But the council are refusing to let us investigate further. Who was this criminal? We don't know her real name, but the citizens call her Cutthroat Sally. She's lied, cheated, and murdered her way halfway across the coast. Wait a moment, are you talking about laughing at Sally? She's a pillar of the community back in Rutgrut. She arrived a few years ago from the coast, and used her wealth to invest in a local business and set up an orphanage. Everyone loves her. Surely you jest. Laughing Sally? This woman is a bloodthirsty criminal and must be punished. You have every single one. You got Liquid Times, yes, every single one. There's only like 10 of them, right? It's Abrams, although the Leo and T80 isn't bad either. Ah. Cool. I'm thinking. Ace Attorney it. I'm thinking about this. You know what? Let's just go. You can vote A, B, or C. I know we do have one person AFK, so we should have 6 voters potentially. I know at least one person is AFK. Maybe 2 are AFK. You're amazing at tying, apparently. I want to know what happens when I do C. This is the only reason I'm picking this. Summon her to the capital to answer to the monarch's justice. When Cutthroat Sally arrives at the capital, she looks like any other sweet old lady. The sort of woman who gives local children candies against their parents' wishes. How can I help you, dearie? How do you plead to Lady Patrician Pars's accusations? Oh dear, I'm afraid Pars must have mistaken me for someone else. I swear by every god there is, your serene highness. I've never pillaged anything but my pantry. Why do you have the same name as this outlaw? Oh, well, there's lots of people from the coast called Sally. It's a very common name. Even my mother was called Sally. Why did you move to the east? I always liked it there. The people are so delightfully, different, and they love orphans, just like me. Have I ever mentioned that I love orphans? They remind me of myself. I was an orphan for as long as I can remember. You're an orphan since birth, but you know your mother's name? Suddenly, Sally's face shifts. She adjusts her posture, standing up straight, it stares you right in the eyes. Alright, you got me. I'm Cutthroat Sally, but I'm reformed now. See? Ask the orphans. Do we have any orphans to ask? No, Your Majesty. We didn't think it was really important to bring any along. Are you really reformed, though? I suppose it would be a matter of opinion, but if you're talking about whether I still do murder, then no, don't do that anymore. Just a bit of tax fraud here and there, victimless crime, that one. It's all a bit of a muchness, really, though, ain't it? I've already admitted that I'm the one Paz was looking for, that pompous idiot. So, what are you gonna do to me? She did admit to tax fraud. Tax fraud is a crime against the crown, yes. Tax fraud is a crime. I don't think tax fraud is worth a beheading. My humblest thanks, Your Esteemed Highness, though I'm not sure why we couldn't have just done this way to begin with. Welcome in, Neo Gregory. Sally is carted off to the coast to face justice there. Now that you've seen through her facade, everyone agrees that you've made the right decision. Stability is up by 1. Back from the hunt. This has gone on long enough. And yet another hunt. A queen's consort shot and killed a rare species of stag, found only in the coastal woodlands. That's the fourth this month. We must curtail these hunts. The royals cannot get away with wanton destruction of our countryside. Enough is enough. I demand a vote. You glance at Helleman as the nobles assemble for a vote. She shrugs. It was a beautiful stag. Gotta go, wish you good luck. See ya, Eve. Okay, you can vote A, B, or C. Everyone votes for A. Impose restrictions on hunting outside the Crown lands in the March. My humblest thanks, esteemed nobles. This will benefit all of us, I'm sure. Defiance in the coast is down by 1, and farming in the coast is up by 1. Your wife looks on, a barely concealed frown forming on her lips. A vanity project. The chief architect bustles into your office carrying an armful of parchment. Statues can be torn down, paintings can be burnt. Don't you think it's time you left a lasting mark on this kingdom? I propose we carve your majesty's visage into the side of the mountain It'll take dozens of artisans, thousands of hours, but it'll ensure you're always remembered. It does sound pleasing. I'm glad you think so, Your Majesty. It'll be talk of the kingdom and beyond. Hello, Jeeper. Welcome in. You call a vote to discuss this outrageous plan. A mountain carved in your likeness will surely get people talking, but it'll take time and a lot of gold. You can vote A, B, C, or D. Crazy? I was crazy once. No, not today. We must be no expense. They locked me in a room. No, stop. Around a room with rats. The rats made me crazy. It would only be fair to go on a queen consort as well, given recent changes in hunting legislation. We have a noble who hasn't voted, right? Who's still here? Do we? I forget who it would be. Eve's leave? Oh, Gutsy vanished and hasn't returned, right? You know what I'm picking? Yes, and add the queen consort Helleman to this design. Many of the barons are delighted about the idea of showing off the queen consort in this way. The treasury is down to 100. Your wife comes to see you straight after this project is announced. Huzzah, this is an excellent idea. The perfect gift for the queen consort who has everything. Oh, it'll be a landmark, the symbol of a timeless marriage. I never took you for such a romantic chief architect. I merely chip away at the bleak stone to reveal the raw passion within. The Texas are about to be tough. Yep, this is what you asked for. The planning starts in earnest. The mountainside is covered in scaffolding. You wait eagerly for news of the project's completion. But the work is plagued by setbacks. The stone is harder to carve than anticipated. Storms knock down the scaffolds. A rock slide erases much of the work that is being done. Your Majesty, I have to admit that I may have bitten off more than I could chew. I'm sure it'll work out in the end, right? Yes, of course it will. As the weeks roll past, it becomes clear that the chief architect's grand ideas will take a lot longer to come to fruition. Absolute cinema, the text is about to be tough. They're putting chemicals in the mountain that's turning the stone gay. Explosion at the port. Your Majesty, a ship exploded at the port. The water swelled like a tidal wave, and my whole town was devastated. How could this happen? I have no idea, Your Esteemed Highness. All I know is that the ship arrived from Kurth just yesterday, and now my docks are being destroyed. A whole depths below. Trade in the coast has gone down by 1, and Patrician Anon's wealth is gone from 1400 to 650. If I may, this may be the promised retribution from Kurth. Retribution? Then this was an attack. You cannot let this stand, Your Majesty. Okay, Kurth have blown up a ship. Yes. What are we gonna do? Okay, you can vote A, B, or C. Yes, vote B, vote B. Good. Good. Command Oread to patrol the coast in her gunship. Orietta is summoned from her quarters post-haste. Authority has gone up by 1. When you tell her your plan, she is more than willing to accept and immediately sets sail. And between patrols, she even trains your other captains how to fight against cursed cannons. Over the coming months, trade ships from both sides come under attack. Skirmishes on the open sea between the Kingdom and Republican navies become commonplace. Military has gone up by 1, and trade has gone down by 1 on the coast. Turn on the orb. Any channel, a second boat has hit the dock. With no one willing to give in, the conflict will continue for the foreseeable future. At least you have Oriad on your side. In a dingy seaside tavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Their treasury is practically empty, and the monarch is struggling to fund their ambitions. We're perfectly placed to offer them a loan. So helpful of us. Indeed, these loan agreements will be as friendly as a bear trap, absolutely loaded with hidden catches in the small print. Now, watch me work my magic. Good evening, noble patrician. What exactly is the purpose of this meeting? I heard about the monarch's recent money troubles, and I thought we could both benefit. Sign here and here. This agreement does seem fair. Very well, I'll sign. The monarch will be pleased. Good night, noble patrician, and may the ninth bless you. The treasury's gone up by 2,000, and Wu's wealth has decreased from 400 to 100. See, easy as pie, but it's not enough to bankroll the monarch. The rest of the kingdom must be in debt to us as well. To advance their scheme, the patricians must have the highest trade of all 3 regions in 3 seasons. Oh my god. Okay, it is time to vote for funding of buildings. Remember, it's exclamation fund XY, where X is the letter A, B, C, D, E, or F, and Y is the amount. We gotta fireball them back to the Age of Heroes. Lol. If I'm gonna have the most trade, it's not that bad, you can manage. Well, you can get +1 trade right now if you spend enough money. Oh, thunder, you missed the exclamation mark. So the Grand Bazaar and prison are funded. So trade in the coast is up by 1, and stability is down by 1. Gunpowder smuggling. Your Highness, the Barons of the March are attempting to amass a store of gunpowder. You know, the explosive black powder from Kurth. Powder from those muskets and cannons we acquired are the very same. The Barons have established contacts with Kurth merchants, no doubt at great expense. Without the coin to purchase more powder, however, their plot will fail. Unfortunately, the Barons' trade is booming. They're no doubt stockpiling massive amounts of gunpowder. You bring the revelations, which the Barons wholeheartedly deny to the Council. Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. Thanks, G, for funding the prisons. See, I tell you, we win these. We need to lock up the radical Kurthian terrorists. They hate monarchy. What? What is this scroll I see sometimes? It is imperative that any alliance with the dangerous Kurth folk is punished. Had a tiny stroke. Yeah, you're having a bit of difficulty voting. Did it? I'm confused. Oh no, wait, I see the votes in there. I was gonna say, are we missing votes? No, I don't think we are anymore. YG. Slapping heavy tariffs on all imports to the March. Predictably, the barons roar about unfair treatments and prejudices of the council, but the tariffs are passed nonetheless. Trade in the March has gone down by 1 and defiance has gone up. These new laws certainly put a dampener on the barons' efforts to purchase the expensive explosive. You can only hope it'll be enough. We're running a trade deficit, we need a tariff for everything. Down with the Corinthian sympathizers. A terrible secret. Your Majesty, terrible news. The council deliberately eroding the power of the church in the east. What, really? I hardly believed it myself. What's even more alarming is why they're doing this. The council are planning to hollow your mind and summon a demon to fill the void and take possession. By the time they're finished, you'll be nothing but a shell. The demon will take over, body and soul. By the 9th god. My thoughts exactly, Your Majesty. We must bring this sacrilege to the council's attention. Okay, you can vote for A or B. I don't think I need to veto that. Hello, Asani. Welcome in. How are you doing? You'll had it coming. The High Inquisitor is a member of Deep State. You're the vessel of the 9th god. I feel like there's going to be a lot of votes for A. From the barons. We have 9 nobles, 2 AFK. That's 7. Yeah, we have enough votes to win. God, you have such a delay. Yeah, the delay might be actually increased by the thing that fixes it just being lagged out by like 20 minutes or whatever. Still have no idea why OBS does that. Spread the words about the dangers of demons. All across the kingdom, priests deliver impassioned sermons on the danger of the 7th god's agents. More and more king citizens flock to the church, and peasants place holy symbols in their windows to protect their homes from demonic influence. Faith everywhere has gone up by 1. But many nobles grumble about the church meddling in official matters. Is Monarch Kim in charge, or the Inquisition? Authority has gone down by 1, and defiance has gone up by 1 everywhere. About your ear. Your marriage to Halloman has grown strong and steady, like an old castle wall. Though it began as a political arrangement, it's blossomed into something like love. It's high time you thought about an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. But something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard. Or the youngest of your many cousins. My wife and I will have a child together. The traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to get a month off your rolling so you can get down to business. Somewhere in a dark cellar, a nervous baron is showing his guests a stupendous cache of explosive gunpowder. Behold, great God, by my life, black gold dust. And what are those? Cannons, my good friend, cannons and muskets too, courtesy of the Republic of Kurth, much more than we got from Oriat. They were very happy with our business. Now, to decide what to do with all of it, once we show our hand, there's no going back. Okay, Barons, what are you going to do? There is 2 of you, because Eve is AFK. Oh God. The Red Curthians are having a no kings protest, whatever that means. There is 2 of you. You vote for opposite things. You are putting the cannons and muskets to good use. With these explosive weapons, we'll be unstoppable on the battlefield, but we need to make sure we have the troops to use them. And then we'll step over our recruitment so we're ready when the time comes. I'll get to it. For the final stage of their scheme, the Barons must keep their military at 10 for 1 full season. Our account rise through a remote, unremarkable spot of Morrowind. Soon another joins him. The church is scrambling for power. The High Inquisitor is losing her grip on the populace. How delightful. Then we can make our move unseen. We must invite a demon to possess the monarch. The ancient books describe 2 demons, each attracted to different aspects of a human mind. Okay, Counts, what are you going to do? There is also 2 of you, I believe, because the 3rd one is AFK. Oh my god, your character also in Scram. It's kind of crazy. Jeeper wants to do A. Both of these seem pretty hard. Authority might be the easier one, maybe, I don't know. Rachamasa, the Mad Tyrant, the Cockroach Queen. The Cockroach Queen was once a favoured servant of the Ninth God, but when she betrayed him, he banished her to the deepest caves where she became a twisted agent of the Seventh. She desires to rise to power once more. She will be attracted to a powerful monarch whose authority is unquestioned. For the final stage of their scheme, the Counts must raise authority to at least 6. I didn't care what plan we look, because either way we have a higher chance of winning. Yeah. High taxes for the barons and patricians. So their defiance goes up by 1. We need a mad tyrant to protect against democracy and freedom. Oh, trade war. Your Majesty, the Republic of Kurth has levied extreme trade sanctions against us for our perceived crimes against them, notably your refusal to surrender Oriad to their custody. Trade everywhere has gone down by 1, and the stability has also gone down by 1. We don't need Kurth. They're our biggest trade partners by far, Your Majesty. Our economy is basically on fire now. So what can we do about it? That's for the Council to decide. Kurth must also be suffering from this, but we can't afford to wait them out. Our people will soon run out of basic necessities. Lag. How bad is the lag? Okay, you can vote A, B, C, or D. I don't think D's gonna help. I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. I will give time for everyone to vote. Hello, Mantis. Welcome in. How are you doing? You're sleepy, you just woke up. How am I? I'm doing fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be everybody who is not AFK. We are sending Oriad in the Navy to take cursed goods by force. Of course it's only the coast's military. I was thinking that was gonna happen. Oriad's Navy starts patrolling the Ghost Sea, intercepting cursed vessels and taking plunder wherever they can find it. Of course, Kurth is quick to respond in kind. Authority has gone up by 2, and military has gone down by 1 in the coast. The trade war heats up, flaring into open battles on the high seas. Pushing for change. After a particularly long session at the council, Halloman comes to find you in your chambers. Great God, how do you deal with all that talking? When will they do something decisive? Alas, it's the way things work. I was thinking, what if we did something to make things better? I want to plant a forest in the march. It'll bring so many animals to the area. Imagine the hunts. And it'll help with training the troops too, I suppose. We need to be careful with the budget. No, we can't possibly do that. Great God, really? Then what's the point of being monarch and queen consort? She sighs and leaves your chambers. Your distant cousin. Your August Majesty, I have a minute of some delicacy to speak to you about. Good day, cousin. How's the old kingdom going, eh? I always thought it looked like a lot of work, but I suppose you get a fancy hat. Lord Fitzilbert is your very, very distant cousin, about 50th in line to the throne. You haven't seen him in years. Listen, chat. Red Solar's Kurth, no question. Delay, oh my god. Oh yes. Worse, they want to have court wizards cast transmutation spells for free. They want big Tibby furry wives by the night out. Cousin, why are you dressed like that? Quite the dashing figure, aren't I? I had to borrow a few bits from noble patrician Wu after a donkey chewed through my coat. Lord Fitzilbert's been staying at my estate for the last year, your esteemed highness, but regrettably there have been some financial impacts. He's been borrowing money from me for months, saying he'll pay me back when his luck turns, but now my coffers are bare. Yes, poor Wu couldn't even afford a little banquet to see me off. I'm sorry it's come to this, but I must petition the court for funds, your August Majesty. Okay. You can vote A, B, or C. We together already? Your cousin down bad for me, for real? Oh my god. There's nothing going on between you two. And once again asking for financial aid. Vote A, vote C, vote C, vote A. Vote C. It's 5 out of 7. Who's missing? Who's here? Okay, it's 7. Paying noble patrician Wu for their hospitality. The treasurer arranges a discreet payment for noble patrician Wu. Word gets around the coast about your generosity, not least because Lord Fitzilbert is eager to proclaim it wherever he can. Stability is up by 1. Patrician Wu's wealth has increased from 0 to 300. Defiance in the coast has gone down by 1, and the treasury has gone down by 1,000. You're not sure where your cousin will land next. You can only hope it's somewhere far away. You even paid me for that? Yes. I remembered you won 10,000 debt to build a... Oh, good. Yes. I mean, there's probably not going to be any more votes, is there? A nightmare? Late into the night, your sleep is fitful. You dream of walking an endless maze deep underground. Something's tugging you in the right direction, but you grow more and more dizzy as you walk. Light flashes. When you look down, your hands have transformed into bloody pincers. In a moment of clarity, you understand where you need to be. Focus on your hands. You wake. Are you sure, Your Majesty? You're in the council chamber in full session, surrounded by nobles, dressed in your usual ceremonial garments. Close by, the counts watch you closely. Of course, that's what their Majesty just said, wasn't it? What did I just say? The Chancellor gives you a worried look over their glasses. The prisoners would be executed, Your Majesty. All of them. What prisoners? A group of suspected traitors from the march, Your Majesty, but there's been no trial, none of the usual procedures. No need to worry about that, Your Majesty. You have made your decision. If the barons win, no way. No voting, just the way the goals intended. But whoops. They're anti-Monteris. This isn't right. I guess Defiance is okay if it goes up. This isn't right at all. You intend to process, but instead your head nods, without intending anything of the sort. How delightful, Your Majesty. Thank you. Over the coming days, you keep waking in half-recalled conversations, standing in a room without remembering how you got there, reading letters replying to orders you never gave. Authority has gone up by 3 in the kingdom, and defiance in the march has gone up by 3. Whispers spread among the palace staff. Your wife Halloman comes to you one morning, looking worried. Are you going mad? You've been acting like a complete maniac. Obviously, we all know a monarch must keep a tight grip on the kingdom if it's to thrive, but this is getting ridiculous. These orders you're giving are getting out of hand. You know of no such orders. You're right, I must be cleansed. You have the Pallant servants run a bath of holy water. The scent of water rises, stinging your throat and nose. You're sure this will be fine. Gingerly, you lower yourself into the water, and a strange ringing starts to echo in your ears. Everything goes black. You blink awake to see Count Balrog of Moria and a group of more counts watching you, smiling. You're shackled in a small stone room with the tiniest window letting in pale sunlight. How a knight's god name did you capture me? We apologize for your rough treatment, Your Majesty. Our Lady Rakamasa warned us that you'd have a stubborn streak. It would have been a shame if you'd run away. What are you doing? We brought a demon, the Cockroach Queen, into this realm, and she set up home in your body. Now, you have a choice, Your Majesty. None of us would want bloodshed today, though I'm sure Rakamasa would enjoy it. If you allow her to live in your body, you can stay on the throne with the rightful Queen Zagana as your grand advisor. Zagana will be making all the decisions, and Rakamasa will be doing most of the steering, but you'll be let out for fresh air occasionally. Or you can be subsumed altogether, and Zagana will take the crown. This isn't right, no. Peasants fishing my rifle, sent in the Royal Marines at the war, ravaged marches. That's not so bad. Can we negotiate? I'm afraid not. Rachimasa hungers. What does Rachimasa want? She demands blood, and blood she will have. Fine. How delightful. I knew you'd see sense, Your Highness. The counts untie you, but the ringing in your ears remains. Now that you focus on the sound, it sounds almost like laughter. You return to your throne under the Count's guidance, while Zagana gains a firm grip on the kingdom. The nobles quickly fall into line. Zagana is praised as the best advisor the crown could hope for. Naturally, there are gaps in your memory, larger and more frequent as time goes on, but for now, you are surviving. Though you couldn't quite call it living. The Counts are victorious. For several wretched years, the possessed monarch Kim did the bidding of the Eastern puppet masters. In the end, the demon and their skull drove them to madness and death. In haste to complete their scheme, the barons mishandled their gunpowder. It blew up in their faces, literally. All that was found of Baron Kid's thunder was a pair of boots with feet still inside. The patricians failed to turn the kingdom's debts against it, and the moment had passed. Ever practical, they set about collecting interest and hoarding wealth, waiting for the time to scheme once more. Once the useful puppet monarch finally expired, it was a relatively trivial matter for the counts to ensure that Zagana took the throne, though they feared it would be more difficult to control a queen who didn't have a demon occupying her head. Monarch Kim the Stern, 2 years. God. Wealthiest noble was Mitsugatsu, poorest noble was Wu. And these are the final stats of the kingdom. And now it's time for Queen Zagana. I'll say it, you can refresh now. You won't miss anything. It hopefully should make you have less lag. Have I ever won? I did win like a year ago at some point. I sigh next time. When I find you, Jeep, have I ever won? People trying to choose stuff, but like, it's the same game, so if you've already been one, it's just gonna be the same one as you were before. Events have proceeded exactly according to plan. The throne is ours. Now, just remember our agreement. In all matters of state, you shall favour the East. I'm queen now, you can't push me around. I am merely reminding you where your loyalties lie. Now, introduce yourself to the rest of the council, but don't forget what I told you today. pleasure, your esteemed highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. Hail and well met, my liege. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape, And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately filled with raised voices. Meanwhile, what do you think? Will she be a good little queen and do as she's told? Too early to tell, but I have a bad feeling. We should have a backup plan just in case. The path to victory. You forgot how evil you are? We will not release the Kim files. The allegation that the king's consorts with Demon are false. Your Majesty, those 3 books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless of course they prove themselves worthy of the throne that they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? As a peacekeeper. An admirable aim. I suggest that over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's stability as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Coronation. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from Monarch Kim, but you still must answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with. You know, we're vetoing throwing in the river. So you can vote A, B, or D. Veto A. No, we aren't vetoing, we're voting, woo. It's hilarious. I kind of do like that now that I read it. Vote B. You can't vote in YouTube. You brought your parrot to watch the stream. I don't know what PATD is. Where are our votes? Why are you insulting yourself on YouTube? Oh, Panic at the Disco. Right. Where did our voters go? This time the council will operate from the shadows. I mean, I guess we're picking A. Yeah, covert ops, I see. Wait, whoa, you need to join in this game. Like, it's a new one. Because, yeah, we have a new brawler. We require that everyone wear black and listen to dreary Eastern music. Holding with Eastern traditions, you make sure that the coronation is a muted affair. Black clothes, whispered oaths, solemn music played on a pipe organ. The patricians and barons find it irritating, and the common folk who'd been expecting a party find it baffling and depressing. But by Xenia's ashes, tradition is important. Defiance in the coast in March has gone up by 1, and stability in the kingdom has gone down by 1. Bertha of the Kid Thunder bloodline, legendary Marcher Trapper, stands before a blazing hearth, roaring with arms outstretched. When have the Barons of March backed down from a fight? Never. I know you'll do whatever it takes to put me, your rightful queen, on the throne. Okay, Barons, what are you going to do? Did Kid Thunder go AFK? I'm going to assume for now that he did. Uprising. Raise treasury. The barons plan to incite a peasant uprising to overthrow the queen before swooping in to steal the throne for themselves. To advance their scheme, the barons must raise the treasury to 2,000 or more in 2 seasons. Carol of the Jeeper dynasty, charismatic Eastern elder, lingers delicately on a podium, speaking in a melodious voice. Most excellent, Zagana now sits on the throne and the counts are in charge, as they should be, but the other regions will already be scheming to depose her. Do we stay loyal to the new queen, or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead? Okay, counts, it is time to vote on what you're going to do. Balrog's okay with Loyalist. And so is Jeeper, apparently. Loyalist aided the Queen. That settles it then. Long live the Queen. May she bring glory and honour to the East. But we can always change our minds. If Zagana ever gets out of line, we can take up arms and get rid of her the old-fashioned way, even if it's not our usual affair. The Count's goal is to aid the Queen by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the Queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. However, if defiance gets too high, they can still change their minds and rise up in rebellion. Sabina of the Anon family, sinister coastal elder, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, muttering in frustration. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Queen Zagana. Something must be done. Okay, patricians of the coast, what are you going to do? Paz wants to do B. Slow death in opposition to the Crown's own goals seems fitting. There's 2 more of you. Well, there was 2 more of you. I'm assuming you're both still here. Anon and Wu. Are either of you going to vote? You voted in the wrong place. But since you want to vote B, there's going to be 2 for B, which is the majority. Subterfuge, lower stability. The patricians plan to replace the Queen's advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove they're doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, the patricians must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. So those are the goals. I'm gonna go AFK like 5 minutes, get water. There'll be an ad break during that. I will be back once it's over. Actually, I can run the air break now when I go. It's not 10 minutes. I'll be back in about 5. Hello, I am back from the dead. In true Eastern style. Okay. That Royal Gamble looked like an interesting choice, but no. The Honor Guard. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber as bold as brass. Hello, you Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you? Oh, me. Name's Bolivar, you Madge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we chop the legs off the horses and replace them with little wheels? Boom, faster transport. Before Bolivar can explain it further, your marshal bursts into the bedchamber, sword drawn. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the Palace Watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? No, I want to hold a vote on his proposal. Whatever you say, Your Majesty. She goes and gathers up your council who trickle into the hall in their pajamas, rubbing sleep from their eyes. They don't look particularly pleased to be woken up. Should wheels be attached to horses for faster transport? Yes, and the pilot program will be where? Would everyone vote for their least favorite side? I guess those who join can probably vote in this one. I don't know. What do we have? I think we had 5 that were in AFK plus 2. That's 7. If they can vote. I don't know if they're allowed to. Okay. 4 is the majority of 7, so the pilot program will be in the east. Under Bolivar's close supervision, dozens of screaming horses are put under the knife. Big wooden wheels are surgically attached where the legs used to be. These horses seem to die before you can get them rolling. Perhaps we need to keep trying? Farming has gone down by 2 and military has gone down by 1 in the east. After a disturbing amount of horse death, the idea grinds to a halt. This whole thing is an embarrassing failure. Defiance is up by 1 in the east, and authority is down by 1. Your Majesty, if that peasant had been a maniac with a crossbow, I dread to think what could have happened. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe, not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be lulled to coin above all. The Queen knows better than anyone that our knights will keep her safe from danger and from improper grammar. Alright, I will randomly... Okay, yeah, we are picking the Eastern Knights. And then we're going to pick a husband / wife / other from somewhere else. We'll make the arrangements at once. Defiance in the coast and March has gone up by 1 and down by 1 in the east. The knights arrive a few weeks later. They're all extremely pale and extremely polite. The commander introduces herself with a florid bow. With a florid bow? Yes. And before reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. Yes, I hope. Itching for a fight. Your Majesty, we in the March have finished a complete reorganization of our new army. It is truly a powerful beast now. I hope I'm getting a parade. Oh, I'm sure we can see to that. Moreover, I was hoping the Crown would be willing to host some military exercises. These soldiers are restless. Can you define exercises for me? We just need a suitable campaign to whet our swords and spears. An unbloodied army isn't worth its salt, I'd say. Let's see what the council thinks. Instead of a costly war, Your Highness, we could establish mercenary companies that fight abroad and take a healthy cut of the profits. Christians, does the march have to have the highest stat and everything? Come on. Or, if Your Majesty wishes to gain something more than gold, we should use our might as intended and make inroads into Taverlin, whose meager army will surely be no match. Okay, you can vote for A, B, C, or D. Actually, you'll find we do. Yes, how did that happen? How did that happen? I wonder. So there is, I believe, 7 who aren't AFK. Last I checked, it was 7. So 4 votes is enough to pass something. Summer is pretty warmongering. Why does A lower military? I don't know. Are we going to have any more votes? I'll give it like 10 seconds. Taverlin stole your cow. Establishing mercenary companies loyal to the barons. You give royal assent to the creation of new mercenary companies owned by the barons of the March. These companies fight in Ashmead and other lands where wars are plentiful. Military in the March has gone down by 2. Everyone's satisfied, the barons get their exercise, and you get a portion of the blood money. The treasury has gone up by 1,000, defiance in the March has gone down by 1, and some barons' wealth has increased. A fishy wedding. Your Majesty, the Archduke of Saal has invited you to his forthcoming wedding. Your attendance would help shore up some relations between our 2 great nations. By all that glitters, great nation, the Isle of Saal is nothing more than a nest of pirates and cutthroats. And I heard it isn't a proper marriage anyway. The Archduke is marrying a fish. The groom is a finfolk, one of the denizens of the sea. Perfect sapient and actually amphibious. Well, the church doesn't agree with a man marrying a fish. We mustn't legitimize this fast by allowing the Queen to attend. Whoa, you voted in the wrong place again, oh my god. Should the Queen attend the wedding? Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. Actually, what? I forgot. I should have put my vote in for A. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Someone who I think is still here hasn't voted yet. Is Jeeper still here? Has Jeeper not voted yet? I guess we're not getting any more votes. Wait, there we go, there we go. Voting is closed. The Queen will not attend, but will send her warm regards. These regards be warm? Must these regards be warm? Can't they be icy cold? I'll compose a polite refusal with a company congratulations. It's a shame. This was a chance for real diplomatic progress. When the common folk of the coast hear about the Archduke's wedding, they're broadly supportive of the union. Public opinion turns against the overly strict church. Faith in the coast is down by 1. Okay, now you can fund items. It's exclamation fund XY, where X is A, B, C, D, or E or F, and Y is the amount. I leave for 5 minutes and the Curthian sympathizing coast is married a fish? Yes, that happens. Oh no. Okay, we have a deer park and a prison. So farming for the Browns has gone down by 1 and stability has also gone down by 1. Patricians shouldn't be allowed money. An unfinished project. May I have a word, Your Majesty? Many years ago, your predecessor, Monarch Kim, asked me to carve a mountain with their likeness. I told them it was impossible, but they insisted. How's it going? Well, progress has stalled, but it's not too late to redesign in your image. Do we really need a money sink like this? There are plenty of other places to spend our coin. Okay, so you can vote for A, B, or D. Welcome in, Ava. Sin the Archangel. I think the patricians are bought out by the Curthians. They're anti-Mon. We must honor those before us. There should be, I believe, 8 nobles now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi. Hey. Welcome in, how are you doing? Does the capital D... I know what you already voted for A. Rush B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're updating the carving to feature Queen Zagana. beaming, the chief architect hurries away to prepare, and money in the treasury has gone down by 1,000. In a matter of months, the project is finished. Your face glares out from the mountainside, visible for miles around. The conversion from Monarch Kim's face to yours wasn't entirely successful, but it's good enough for the common folk, most of whom barely know what you look like. This helps cement the legitimacy of your reign. How many previous monarchs can claim to have bent the mountains to their will? Stability has gone up by 1. Still, the patricians grumble at public funds being wasted on a vanity project, but it was worth it. Defiance in the coast has gone up by 1. No one can avoid your gaze now. Authority has gone up by 2. Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? Any? Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision that you're marrying to the counts as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? An island rises. Your Serene Highness, Your Esteemed Highness, something most strange has occurred in the Ghost Sea. A new island has arisen halfway between our shores and the island of Saal. The Finn folk raised it from the depths using their weird ocean magic. It's true, Your Majesty. The Finn folk raised the island to celebrate the marriage of their prince to the Archduke of Saal. They were gifted to him on the day of the ceremony. This is terrible news. That island is of immense strategic importance. We can't let it fall into the Saalish hands. Okay, so you can vote for A or C. Let's see, so you did vote. You did join as a Baron earlier. Seduce the dragon. Okay, it's 5 votes. That's enough for the majority of people who are not AFK. Send the Queen to seduce the Finn folk prince, sabotaging the wedding. You'll need the knight. Capital idea. Stability has gone up by 1. You want me to sleep with the fishes? You needn't go that far, but you're unattached, and you'd make a far better match for this Finn folk prince than the Archduke of some rainy island. Very well, I'll seduce the sexy fishman. We'll admire your sacrifice, Your Serene Highness. Preparations begin for your clandestine visit to one of the Finn folk's undersea villages. Your Chancellor has heard of a magic reed that allows the bearer to breathe underwater, but such a thing will take weeks to track down. At least that gives you time to prepare for your underwater visit and to buy some waterproof roses. Across the kingdom, discontent with the Queen is rising. Everyone knew she was better off, but until now it hadn't occurred to most people just how much better off. No bonk redeemable? No, I don't have that. Now the peasants are asking all sorts of troublesome questions about their benevolent overlord. And as everyone knows, once a question is being asked, it can't be unasked. Somewhere in the march, a group of barons are touring Baron Kid Thunder's impressive trophy room. Once the tour is over, a bottle of brandy is uncorked and the barons settle down for some light treason as a treat. The commoners are getting rowdy, and it's all thanks to us. Now they know how much wealth the Queen's hiding, they're itching to get rid of her. And welcome in Kizu Pizu. Careful we don't get them too riled up, mind you, or they'll start asking questions about our wealth as well. Aye, now it's time to incite some real chaos. Show them that Queen Zagana is not only greedy, she's utterly incompetent too. For the next stage of their scheme, the barons must lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Treasury's looking a bit low, and I don't know. The patricians are looking a bit dangerous. I think we go with this. So Defiance in the March and East is up by 1 and down by 1 in the coast. Eligible options. I found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You'll be securing a powerful alliance. The Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall, where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright, let's see the eligible candidates. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Nicholas, the eldest son of the Eastern Kizupizu dynasty. Apparently they had a hell of a time getting him to smile for this portrait. He bought a controlling interest in a silver mine in the east and made a killing. The other counts think he's mad because he treats the peasants far too nicely. I don't see what all the fuss is about personally. From the coast we have Justin, the wealthy heir to Lord Patrician Samagrin's estate. They weren't originally the heir, but the elder brother had an unfortunate accident. Their interests are typical of the coast: money, 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 and making more of it, and apparently they have a dark side. Although I don't know much more about that. I like the sound of them. And finally we have the Marcher's offering, Emmy, scion of the prestigious Avison bloodline, a typical baroness really, loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. Like most of the barons, her great passion is hunting. No beast is safe from a crossbow. Give her half a chance and she'll expound at length on how we should improve the lot of the peasants. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I think we're gonna go with Justin. Excellent, I'll make the arrangements. A Defiance in the March and East is up by 1 and down by 2 in the coast. Mercenary income. My liege, I have good news. Those mercenary companies that we let loose into the wild, they're still returning profits. What a wonderful investment. What happens now? I came here to give you a share, of course. Please take it. Treasury has gone up by 1,000 and the some barons' wealth has increased. The question remains, my liege, whether or not we call it quits. Why would we do that? We sent them to Ashmead in order to blood them. They've more than proven themselves. We could bring them home and have them train our own military with their expertise. Or we can put them back to work with the expectation of future profits. Okay, you can vote for A or B. Well, there should be like a total of potentially 10 votes now, I think, with how many people are AFK. Could be wrong. There could be more people AFK than I think. Okay, that is definitely a majority. Maintaining the mercenary companies as they are. The mercenaries continue their successful campaigns throughout Ashmead and beyond. A steady stream of income finds its way back to the kingdom with little effort on your part, keeping both you and the barons happy. The treasury has increased by 1,500, and some barons' wealth has increased, and the defiance in the march has gone down by 1. Visiting the Finfolk. The Finfolk send a stagecoach made from a giant clam pulled by seahorses. You equip your magic breathing reed and hop inside. The clam carriage plunges back beneath the waves, and you are whisked down into the murky depths. A few hours later, you arrive in an undersea citadel of kelp-woven huts. Their prince meets you at a grand table formed of knotted coral. Tiny Finfolk spawnlings swim around your legs as you sit. Greetings, Your Majesty. We are honoured to have such a prestigious visitor. Wow, this place is amazing. Momentarily dousing you in shadow. So, you're here to discuss my betrothal to Archduke Shomo, and the island I'm giving him as a dowry. May I ask, why do you have to give him a dowry? Well, it's a very small island. The Archduke assured me it wasn't worth very much. After all, your service folk have so much land already. Actually, the island's worth a huge amount to us. Finossi. Oh, really? How interesting. The Archduke told me differently. This new island could cause a war between your future husband and I. A war? Really? I can't risk that. It seems my betrothed has misled me about the importance of this island. Such a deceit. He's not the man I thought him to be. I will have to call off the wedding. Thank you for clarifying things for me, Your Majesty. Why should I go so soon? Let's have a drink. The Finfolk Prince offers you bitter seaweed beer, which you imbibe through a complex underwater drinking mechanism. For hours, you and he swap stories and commiserate over the hardships of royalty. As the night draws on, you find yourself and the prince growing closer and closer. A touch on the knee, a stroke of the gills. Could you take things further? Draw in the Finfolk Prince and Furcus. You spend a pleasurable night with the Finfolk Prince atop a bed of woven kelp. It'll be a night to remember for a long time, but it's over far too quickly. I should have married him. That would be so funny, just stealing the prince. Stroke on the gills. Return regretfully to the surface. As you're spirited back in your clamshell carriage, you feel most refreshed. So, how did it go, Your Majesty? I heard that the island has already been sunk beneath the waves. Did you successfully seduce the fishermen? We had a nice drink together, that's all. Scaly. I see. Well, the wedding's been cancelled off. The patricians will be most pleased. Defiance on the coast has gone down by 2, and stability has gone up by 1. God, you guys are having it a bit rough, aren't you? Deep in the back rooms of the royal palace, the Eastern Counts are poring over secret letters and scribbled diagrams. On the wall is a corkboard filled with pins and crisscrossed by coloured string. The Queen has finally found a match, even if it isn't who we had hoped. Now she just needs to get on with the wedding. Indeed, and then get to producing an heir. The peasants are being more agitated than usual recently. Someone's been filling their head with fanciful tales about the Queen's massive treasury. I'd bet money on it being the Baron's doing. And then we've got to keep up our efforts. Queen Zagana isn't going anywhere on our watch. The Counts must continue to aid the Queen by countering the other region's schemes. They will win the game if the Queen produces an heir and completes her ambition. Anchored a few miles from the sunny coast, noble patrician Wu has invited their closest confidants aboard their yacht. The kingdom's fine, no one's calling for the Queen's advisor to resign. We need to step it up. More chaos, more panic. Then we can swoop in and offer the Queen an olive branch. Indeed, if she doesn't want to take it, we'll smack her with it until she gives in. The patrician's aim is to lower stability to 4 or less. The Royal Wedding. Your wedding to Justin is, naturally, the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Justin at your side. Do you take this person to be your lawfully wedded spouse? I do. Then I pronounce you Queen and spouse. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new spouse, Justin, only dances with obvious reluctance. Stability and authority are up 1, and defiance is down by 1 everywhere. By the time you find yourself alone with Justin, it's past midnight, and you've never felt more tired. What is that massive wall of text from Wu? Hey everyone, did you know that merfolk are often depicted in mythology as being highly compatible with humans in various stories? These mythical creatures are said to have a humanoid upper body and a fish-like lower body, making them uniquely adapted to aquatic life. Merfolk are usually described as graceful and strong swimmers with a physiology that allows them to thrive in water environments. Their mythical biology suggests they could be incredibly resilient and enduring, with a connection to water that makes them fluid and adaptable. Legends often portray them as being enchanting beings with the ability to captivate humans with their charm and beauty. Merfolk are said to have an intimate bond with the sea, which could symbolize a deep emotion and physical harmony with water in those who dwell near it. Many tales emphasize their alluring qualities, such as their mesmerizing voices and graceful movements, which can easily draw people in. As mythical creatures, merfolk Neither of us asked for this union, but I assure you it can blossom into something of mutual benefit. Agreed. Excellent. I hope this alliance proves most fruitful indeed. You head to your separate bed chambers. Perhaps you will draw closer in time, but for now your spouse is happy to keep you at arm's length. A ghoulish problem. Your Majesty, we are having terrible problems in the East. The people have lost faith in the ninth god, and the churches are being left to crumble. But without priests to perform the rites, the dead are rising as ghouls from their abandoned crypts. There have been 9 attacks in the last week alone. The dead are rising, the dead are rising. Calm down, Your Majesty. For now, the incidents are confined to the East. We must remind the Eastern folk that they are lost without the Knights to protect them, especially once they've passed. What can be done to prevent the dead from coming back as ghouls in the East? Oh, people aren't poor right now. Please, can we do this? Okay, you can vote for A, B, C, or D. I'm pretty sure we still have 2 AFK. Well, 6 makes it a majority anyway if we don't have any AFK. Sending more priests to the east. The counts are deeply annoyed by the flood of zealous young priests into the east, preaching on street corners and shouting the knight's name from the rooftops. Defiance in the east is up by 1. But it works. The churches are soon full again, the rites are spoken once more, and the ghouls resume their eternal slumber. And faith in the east is up by 2. A terrible curse. Baron Salinth rushes into the council chamber, breathless and in disarray. By sea and storm, you look like you haven't slept for weeks. That's because I've been placed under a curse. Look, my hair's falling out in chunks. By the ninth god, get away from me. It was one of my common folk. I saw in her eyes. She's an evil witch. How should the council deal with Baroness Salinth's curse? I'm going for A, B, or C. Paid vacation? I'll give it like 20 seconds, see if anyone else votes. Or until C gets a majority. Okay, so you got a majority. Or I guess it has to be like a full majority, right? Having the accursed Salinth sent to the coast to relax. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. A change of pace, some fresh air, perfect. Stability has gone up by 1. Excellent, be sure to bring plenty of coin. The trip is a resounding success, with Salinth and her entourage praising Paris' hospitality. The coast soon becomes a popular destination for those looking to improve their health. Salinth's wealth has gone down by 300, Pars's wealth has gone up by 300, and trade in the coast has gone up by 1. So, yeah, good luck with those schemes. Missing nobles. Your Highness, a number of barons have gone missing in the east. They travelled to Count Kizupizu's castle to negotiate a trade agreement, but they should have returned weeks ago. The missing barons never made it to my lands. They most likely got lost. The east is a dangerous place. Who's gone missing? Anyone I care about? 3 barons are missing. Baron Kid Thunder, Baroness Salinth, and Baron Arvison. Where could they have gone? Just north of my estate lies the Moldpatter Forest, to the west the Twilight Lakeland, and to the south Alarion's Haunt. I like to live remotely. It does wonders for the soul. I'm certain this is some kind of ploy by Count Kizupizu. In a few months' time, he'll quietly offer us a ransom. Blood and Stars, don't be foolish. We'll find them. We just have to decide where to focus our efforts. Okay. Where are we searching? Huh? I've got A, B, C, C. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of... I think we still have 9 here. Six votes. 7. Okay, I guess we're doing B. The Twilight Lakeland. A detachment of elite trekkers are sent over their vast lakeland to search for Avacynth and the other barons. But they turn up nothing. Nothing to do with the missing nobles, anyway. Your Majesty, you'll never guess what we found. It's not Baron Avacynth. But just as exciting, perhaps more. My phone delivered by a tired pigeon, you guess. It's a fabled melancholy lake, the very same one in which Queen Sashara drowned herself after her sons were murdered. How exquisitely cultural. Aye, how wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Defiance in the march has gone up by 1. Baron Avacynth, Kid Thunder, and Salinth have died and been replaced by their successors. A helping hand. Zagana, I had something I wanted to ask of you. What can I do for you? As you surely know, I run a very successful jewelers guild back home in the coast. Oh my god, Queen Sashara is Shara from WoW. What damn. Yeah. But the current laws are a little restrictive for my trade. Lots of tariffs and regulations. You know how it is. I was hoping you could push for some changes in the council, eliminate some of the import duties on Atishi jewels, perhaps? You want me to give the coast preferential treatment? I think it's only fair. The other regions just can't compete with us in the jewelry trade anyway. Fine, I'll assemble the council. Ah, marvelous. I'll see you there. Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. Ban the import of all Atashi gemstones. I see. I've underestimated my enemies on the council. That's unfortunate. Trade in the coast has gone down by 2, defiance in the coast has gone up by 2, and authority has gone up by 1. Banning Atashi jewels has made a marked effect on the patricians' economy. Cheaper, lower quality stones are imported by Ashmead, but it's an arduous process. A number of nobles are seen clutching their old jewellery with increased paranoia as their value increases sharply. Finfolk controversy. Your Majesty, your secret is out. The woodcuts under my bed are purely artistic in nature. No, I'm speaking of your recent love affair with the Finfolk Prince. The common folk can talk of nothing else. In every tavern in the land, the bars are singing about it with gusto. Your spouse is very upset. They are swearing to take revenge. So what if everyone knows I'm the Queen? Nevertheless, this is turning into a landmark political scandal. Perhaps the council can see a way to salvage your reputation. Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. I just realized that is 100% B. The Queen should apologize. You stand before a vast crowd of commoners and start to mutter an apology, but before you can finish your speech, you're drowned out by jeers and boos. The High Inquisitor got to them first, delivering a speech of her own, calling you a debaucher who's betrayed her spouse, and defied the will of the Ninth. Stability is down by 1. Across the kingdom, support for the church surges as they whip up a moral panic about Finfolk rising from the sea to seduce and corrupt innocent peasants. And faith everywhere has gone up by 1. Okay, it's time for the auction, so you can fund X, Y, where X is the building and Y is the amount you pledge. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, so the prison and the deer park got funded, so farming is down by 1 in the coast, and stability is also down by 1. A delicate matter. As usual, Justin has spent the day in their office, as far away from you as the palace walls allow. But after you've eaten with your separate dinners, they barge in with a face like thunder. I'm not putting up with this a second longer. Living here with you is a constant annoyance. By the night, I won't have it. Queen Zagana, I want a divorce. What? Why? You really don't know? This comes as a complete surprise. Every time we talk, it ends the same way, with you stamping down everything I wish for. This was never going to work. It's over now. For good or ill, I called for the Archbishop to witness the divorce ceremony. Yes. Well, good evening, Your Majesty. I know this is awkward, but I'll ensure it goes as smoothly as possible. Does the Archbishop ever make things less awkward? I live to serve, Your Majesty. Alright, let's get this done. Your August Majesty? You can't divorce me. I'm divorcing you. Very well. You are now divorced in the eyes of the kingdom. Thank the ninth. Soon, Justin is ready to leave. I think this went as well as it could have, don't you? Sleep lightly, Your August Majesty. And then they're gone, leaving you in the palace with no one but your honor guard, your huge household of servants, the palace watch, and your inner circle of advisors. Practically alone. Word gets out quickly. The kingdom is shaken by the news. In the capital and beyond, everyone's gossiping about what happened. Stability and authority are down by 2. The depths below, Your Esteemed Highness. You rejected my dear Justin? My own blood? This is an outrage. Defiance is up by 2 in the coast. Actually, they divorced me. That's not the point. I and my fellow patricians worked hard to put a jurari together for poor Justin, tailor their outfit, prepare the feast. Now that the marriage is dissolved, I petition the Queen to refund the cost of the wedding. My God, no. Just no. You can vote for A or C. Welcome in, Etheria. It's funny how he wasn't moved by you sleeping with a fish. But because of me not listening to him, yeah. Okay, that's the majority because we have AFK people. Hand over the capital's best farm animals as an alternative gift. The fields surrounding the capital look pretty enough, but the farmers do not have the animals to spare and point blank refuse to give them away. Stability is down by 1. In the end, you have to apologize for the patricians for the awkward situation. Their grumbling only grows more angry. Authority is down by 1. As a partner, I would be upset if they didn't sleep with the fish if they wanted to and had the offer. Meanwhile, Samagrin is forced to put up Justin in his estate, which turns out to be a great expense. Lord Patrician Samagrin's wealth has decreased from 1700 to 950. They busy themselves with improving the coast standing at the cost of all the other regions, but that's no longer your concern. About your heir. My condolences on the end of your marriage, Your Majesty. A terrible shame. Of course, no marriage isn't as important as an heir. You need someone whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own will do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. I plan to adopt a lowborn child from the orphanage. The nobles won't be too happy with a lowborn child being elevated to the status of a royal. I urge you to reconsider. My mind is made up. I'll make the necessary arrangements. What else do we have? The Melancholy Lake. Yeesh. Can't I just send Justin off to join the mercenary company instead? Honor and glory and all that? Could you imagine how slow the game would go if you could, like, make decisions like that? That lake we discovered is, beyond all doubt, the final resting place of Queen Sashara the Melancholy. She drowned herself after your ancestor, King Aral the Great, killed her sons. This is a very important cultural discovery, you understand. Pilgrims have already turned up from all across the east, a number of poems have been composed. Count Kizupizu's wealth has increased by 300. Faith has gone down in the east by 1. I thought you might want to get involved, perhaps spare some of your treasury to fund some cultural events. You can vote for A, B, C, or D. There's no way we're getting 50% to vote for one thing. What am I doing? Cleanest Sheridan's out. She paid with the awesome. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes, 7, 8. It's tied at 3. We are excavating the lake bed and searching for Queen Sashara's remains. The excavations begin immediately, against the church's wishes. Sure enough, an ancient skeleton is dredged from the lake bed within a few weeks, though you're not sure how anyone knows it's her. It's fantastic. A true piece of Eastern history. This belongs in a museum. Ad jump scare. Damn ads. Well, we wait 3 minutes, or 2.5 minutes. Greetings. Welcome back, Skulker. Am I really out of another bottle of water? Yes, the answer is yes. Also, it is a squeaky bottle. You may have diabetes if you're thirsty all the time. Or horny. It's not that I'm thirsty, it's just like... talking so much. Honestly, that's it. It's also my room's like pretty hot. Thank you, Mr. Anonymous Person, for gifting a tier 1 sub. Man, I don't know if Matt is AFK, but Matt is gonna come in here and be like, huh, I have a sub if he is. We've got 43 seconds left before the ad finishes for sure for the last people. If anyone is still calling it. Mr. Anonymous? I don't know, maybe it's a Miss Anonymous. Maybe it's a Zer Anonymous. or whatever else. Okay, the airbrake is ending. This is fantastic. A true piece of Eastern history. This belongs in a museum. Faith gifted it to a non-active person. I think it's just like was just given randomly. Faith is down by 1, and Defiance is also down by 1 in the east. But instead of a museum, it ends up in Count Kizupizu's keep, where he charges a modest fee for the common folk to come and gawp. Trade is up by 1 in the east, and Count Kizupizu's wealth has increased by 300. It's random, but the person who got the sub is not active. Next stream, peanut butter stream, this time for real. Oh my god. Chaos in the kingdom. The kingdom is in great jeopardy, and the council is calling for the Queen's inner circle to resign. We need to increase the pressure. If the Queen's in a weak enough position, she's got no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spymaster, no more marshal or chancellor or treasurer, a whole new inner circle, all made up of patricians. For the next stage of the scheme, the patricians must lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Fuck is a peanut butter stream? It's a great thing. A Yumi buys a jar of smooth peanut butter. Maybe explain your granny. No, it smears all over himself, bro. Back in the march, Baron Kid Thunder II is met with his co-conspirators once again. Brandy is being passed around in good measure, and it seems spirits are high. We've done it again, you beautiful bastards. As the peasants are in an uproar. Riots are commonplace across the kingdom. I foresee no negative consequences of this. Other than for the Queen, of course. Huzzah! I'm sure the Queen is already cowering in her palace. Who knew commoners could be so useful? Now then, only one step remains. I have 2 proposals for the plan ahead. One way or another, we will push the common folk to turn violent. He doesn't have a webcam. Obviously he's a VTube character, so we won't even see it. That is true. Okay, Barons, what is your goal? How many of you are here? I don't know if Ava's still here. I don't know if I think Neo Silent's still here. I'm not sure about Ava. 2, that's most likely enough. I don't think Kid Thunder's coming back. Manufacture a food crisis, spreading mass starvation. Laurel farming. Oh my god. Diabolical. Why, you might even call it evil. No, it's for their own good. When you think about it, everyone will be better off with Bertha on the throne. You might have 12 people on the stream. That's the record, I think. It's not the record. It's not the record, actually. I think the record was like 20 something. With this final push, we'll ensure the Queen soon has more than just a few angry peasants on her hands. Yeah, and once the fighting starts, I'll be there, ready to step in and negotiate. 12 people's probably the record for this year so far, though. It's gonna be beaten next stream. Next stream when we're probably playing Steam demos? For the final stage of their scheme, the Barons must lower all regions combined farming to 8 or less. Why is my phone going off so much? What the heck? I put it over there so it's not vibrating as loudly. I don't even know if it's like heard or if it's audible on the mic. When did I become so famous? Today, apparently. Okay, who are we? Oh my god. We're doing this. Next stream. Oh yeah, next stream is peanut butter stream. I forgot about that. An extreme peanut butter stream. It's not Steam demo. Unless peanut butter means Steam demos. It's not Steam demos. Rest of what are we supposed to see? Anyway, Defiance in the Marching Coast is down by 1 and up by 1 in the east. A clairvoyant visit. I'm pretty sure I said that wrong, but whatever. Your Grace, Your Highness, Count Kizupizu has been having prophetic dreams. It is true, I can part the evil betwixt now and some ways off. Give me a prophecy then. I look to the future and it speaks to me, no more, no less. For example, I dreamt of Lord Patrician Samagrin being beheaded, and a plague of bees will bring doom upon noble Patrician Anon's household. What, depths below? I can't live without honey on my toast. Please, Your Grace, please have him foretell the future for the Council. We could gain great insight into great mysteries. Do we make Count Kizupizu the main character? Is that what we do? You can vote for A or C. Just have a PNG of a peanut butter jar floating around the model. It's supposed to be, it's gonna be jarring. How are we supposed to see? Well, Count Kizupizu is an official council advisor. Congratulations. It's okay, you can just do the ASMR. Wonderful news, Your Grace. I'm certain he will not disappoint. Sure enough, Count Kizupizu has an uncanny sense of what's best for the East. Defiance in the East is down by 1, trade and farming in the East is up by 1. But the other nobles start to mutter. This seeing the unseen is no more than disguise for giving out special treatment. Defiance in the coast and march is up by 1. Can the Queen really be trusted with this Charterlung constantly whispering in her ear? Authority is down by 1. What are you doing to these streams? I'm genuinely curious. That is a nice emote. Last peanut butter stream was a flop. So true. You have a clip? Oh no. A pillar of the community. Your Grace, I regret to have to bring this matter to you, but there's no other way. We've been tracking an Eastern criminal who's wanted in conjunction with a number of high-profile incidents back home. We thought she'd slipped the net until recently, when we discovered that she fled into the march a number of years ago. But the Barons are refusing to let us investigate further. Who is this criminal? We don't know her real name, but the serfs call her Cutthroat Sally. She's lied, cheated, and murdered her way halfway across the East. Wait a moment, you talking about Laughing Sally? She's a pillar of the community back in Bergdorf. She arrived a few years ago from the East and used her wealth to invest in a local business and set up an orphanage. Everyone loves her. Surely, you jest. Laughing Sally? This woman is a bloodthirsty criminal and must be punished. Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C, and I'm going to look at this clip. That was a good clip. Five. That is the majority, isn't it? Or at least enough of a majority that it's not going to be beaten. I don't think it's enough of a majority for call for unity. I don't know how that works. Is it like 50% of all nobles or 50% of ones that voted? Now, allowing Sally to stay in the march under the protection of the barons. But the people of the East demand justice. What about the families of Cutthroat Sally who must suffer for this? Stability is increased by 1 and defiance is increased by 1 in the East. It's for the best, Etheria. She's clearly reformed, and Bergdorf just wouldn't be the same without her. Defiance in the march is decreased by 1. It doesn't reflect well on the crown that such a terrible killer can get away with it if they just set up an orphanage or two. At least Bergdorf continues to prosper though. Authority is down by 1 and trade in the march is up by 1. A theft. Your Highness, this is an outrage. I demand justice. Last week, Countess Etheria shook my hand as a supposed show of reconciliation and stole my family's lucky ring in the process. Blood and stars, nonsense. Rummage through your drawers and I'm sure you'll find the ring. Your Majesty, a feud has stood between our families for centuries. Etheria's ancestor left my ancestor tied to a rock in the woods for the wolves to consume. It's because her ancestor poisoned our well and killed half our household. Enough. I know Etheria stole my priceless ring. It brings the march great luck and bounty. My dear nephew is to wear it when he marries. The damned ring again. Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. It's like the third time. It's like the third time. What about Cutthroat Sally? How many Cutthroat Sallys have we had? My God. Leave the squabbling nobles to deal with the situation themselves. This will be disastrous. The loss of our lucky ring will bring ruin upon my family. The march, defiance is increased by 2, and the East defiance is decreased by 2. Blood and stars, that's nothing but baseless superstition. Even so, Baroness Solent's sheep come down with a dreadful disease right afterwards. Farming in the march has decreased by 2. Tension rises between the two families, with fights breaking out between their households whenever they visit the capital. Stability is down by 1. First you're counting your sheep. Oh my God, yeah. Rebellion report. The barons and the patricians are on the verge of rebellion. Barons and patricians can rebel if they wish to rebel. Famine. Hello, Your Majesty. I've travelled all the way from the march to beg you to do something about the price of grain. I can't afford to feed my family, A day-breaking a back-breaking day of work isn't enough to buy a Loninovich. She's right. The grain price in the March is beyond all control. Greedy merchants rake in profits while the common folk starve. What should be done about the rising price of grain in the March? Okay, so you can vote for A, B, C, or D. The one that gets the least votes wins. Not the Loninovich. Why is that still a thing? What do you mean, why is that still a thing? Why is that not going? When would that ever not be still a thing? It was invented like last week's stream. Yeah, it's still the same world. We are putting a cap on the price of grain. You place a strict price cap on grain. When the wily merchants find a way around it, you order a few of them hanged as examples to the rest. Trade in the March is down by 2. The short, sharp lesson does wonders. Soon enough, grain is cheap again, and no merchant dares to say a word. Hopefully, most of the peasants will stay alive until the next harvest. Farming is up by 2 in the March, and stability is up by 1. Remember that barons and patricians can vote to rebel by exclamation rebel. Refugee crisis. The March is experiencing a terrible famine, Your Majesty, and a steady trickle of refugees have been pouring into the east. And they're looking for food and steady work, but finding neither. They've turned to begging. The streets of eastern cities are crowded by marcher vagrants. Well, I'm sorry that my suffering people are clogging up the precious eastern streets. They need help, not judgment. But will the council give it? Okay, so you can vote for A, C, or D. We are closing the roads out of the march. Closing the roads means sending soldiers out into the countryside to build barricades. This diverts manpower from keeping order within the march itself. Riots are widespread. Defiance in the march has gone up by 1, and trade has gone down by 2. Stability has also gone down by 1. Meanwhile, the flow of refugees in the east barely slows. They just abandon the roads and take the perilous journey across the hills and forests instead. Tensions heighten between the barons and the counts. Patricians, if they wish to rebel, may rebel. The finest mead. Your esteemed highness, the seasons have not been kind to us on the coast. We face poor harvests and miserable farmers. I beg of you, send aid. And what do your people need? What people? No, I am to be wed, your august majesty. When that day comes, I will drink only the finest mead. But with farms in their current state, we lack the honey. I need more bees. Force the farmers from the coast to don their fancy wicker suits, and we shall all drink our fill of honey wine. Okay, so you can vote for A, B, or C. And on the game, Skulker, you can join the game. You just exclamation join and then he, she, or they for your pronoun if you wish to choose one. And then you can exclamation vote letter. Did that work? Yeah, it did work. Your account. Do nothing, this is ridiculous. Furious, noble patrician Wu II storms from your throne room. You'll doubt you'll receive an invitation to their wedding. Stability is up by 1, and defiance in the coast is up by 1. I can't AO. So if patricians wish to rebel, they can exclamation rebel. I'll wait like 30 seconds. Me and my fishman do now wish to see you on my wedding. So the barons are rebelling. The patricians can choose to rebel. Your ear. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council, holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down to. The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My adopted, low-born daughter. The silence continues, excepting a few stifled coughs. After the awkward pause is stretched out to over a minute, there's finally some sporadic applause. The nobles don't appreciate you inducting a lowborn child into the royal family, but whether they like it or not, by designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom, provided you can survive the civil war. Stability is up by 1, and defiance is up by 1 everywhere. Your Grace, may I be the first to congratulate you on adopting an heir. What is her name? Zagana II. How exquisite, Your Grace. I'm sure little Zagana II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spymaster soon. If patricians wish to rebel, they can exclamation rebel. I call on the people to rise, for my cow to fight, for my sheep to build more deer parks. For the cow, for the sheep, for the deer parks. At long last, the barons have reached their boiling point. You are confronted in your throne room by Baron Everson, their boots stomping mud all over your nice carpet. The barons of the march are sick of your lies and tyranny. We'll give you we'll give you soft city-dwelling bastards a proper kicking. We'll be fighting for Bertha, the true queen. Authority and stability is down by 1. There's a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other, we'll be on the battlefield. One day I'll see your head on a spike. There'll be many heads on spikes before this war is over. Mine will not be among them. Authority is down by 1, and Defiance in the March is up by 3. Baron Everson II strides from your throne room without looking back. I didn't expect them to move so boldly, Your Majesty. What are our chances against the rebels? Let me put it this way, Your Majesty. Everyone in the palace who understands the situation has wet themselves. How did things get this bad? The leader of the rebellion is Baroness Solinth II. As a reason for the uprising, she's citing your past transgressions. Mainly your depressing Eastern coronation? Urge to murder rising. Skulker, you are a count of the East. Yes, Your Majesty, hold on to that feeling. You'll need it. So, this is it? Civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There'll be a lot of death and suffering before all this is over. I can't wait. I'll go dig out the trebuchets. The patricians are loyal. Rebellion is such a trite thing. She had her way with the merfolk. We respect that. Indeed, we would never dream of such a thing. Opening strike. The time has come. This kingdom has grown soft under the weak and ineffectual rule of Queen Zagana. As usual, it's up to the barons to fix things with violence. Aye, too right. Let's march to the capital and kick some heads in. All in good time, but we're the barons of the march. Let's live up to that reputation, eh? Let's be clever. But I want to kick some heads. Oh, there'll be plenty of that, but first let's think carefully about where to strike first. We can launch a preemptive strike against the counts to cripple their military capabilities. If we suspect the patricians may be likely to join our cause, we can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the Queen's authority is low. We could also call upon the church to condemn the Queen, or finally you could send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. Okay, barons, what is your choice going to be? My god, those percents are so high. We'll ride into battle on our war deer. He wants head. I think there's only 2 of you who aren't AFK. I could be wrong. Call upon the patricians to join your cause. The barons smuggle a secret message to the patricians. Cunning patricians of the coast, too long have you suffered under the yoke of the Queen's tyranny. Join us in our righteous war, and if we win, we'll eliminate your taxes. She speaks truly. Why did we never think of things this way? The patricians are emboldened by the called rebellion. Of course, they can only act on it if their defiance is high enough. Defiance on the coast has gone up by 2. The patricians can rebel by !rebel, if they wish to do so. I will once again wait like 30 seconds or so. Join us, we have deer parks. What is it with you and deers, bro? There is no deer girl among you anymore, ever left. We've built, I think, 3 deer parks. We have our own schemes. We should assess them before committing to his cause. Correction, Sal has built 3 deer parks. True, true. think technically I only had funded 2 directly. I actually don't remember, was Eve part of the Barons? An insidious plot. Somewhere along the coast, noble patrician Wusaran II strolls near Olive Grove, accompanied by a close friend. The Ninth God has finally answered our prayers, my friend. The council demands the Queen's advisors resign, and the Queen is too weak to resist. Our replacements are waiting in the wings. In fact, the weakened Queen has already started listening to my advice. Coastal taxes are being lowered, and our merchants prosper. Trade in the coast is up by 1. Once our advisors surround the Queen, we'll have complete control of what she hears. We will shape her reality. We'll treat the Queen like a mushroom, keep her in the dark, and feed her. Now, let's not be vulgar. The question is, what should we do with this control? Okay, patricians of the coast, what are you going to pick? How many of you? I think Anon isn't here anymore, but I think the other 3 are? Like, the Deer Kingdom, oh dear. I think yes. Like a mushroom, what? Medieval arms. Force the Queen to abdicate in favour of the claimant by raising others' defiance. Once we've taken over the Queen's inner circle, we'll convince her to abdicate, for the good of the kingdom, of course. Of course, and appoint our claimant in her place, I assume? Indeed. Won't the other regions be furious? Not if they despise the current Queen. They'll welcome a new monarch with open arms, even if it is a coast dweller. For the final stage of their scheme, the patricians must raise other regions' defiance to a combined total of at least 13, or ensure the current rebellion continues. Okay, so you can use exclamation fund XY, where X is A, B, C, D, E, or F, and Y is the amount you're pledging. No Deer Park this time. God, everyone's so rich. What the hell? Fund the observatory for gazing at distant deer parks. Oh my god. Okay, time is up. What do we have? We have an observatory which decreases faith in the coast by 1, and a cathedral which increases faith in the march by 1. You don't even know what this is for. You didn't know we have some stupid ass tower. The barons are rebelling, the patricians can rebel, and the counts cannot. And if the patricians wish to rebel, they can exclamation rebel. A great battle. Vast armies darken the landscape like the shadows of clouds. Flags are flying, drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of boots. The kingdom is gripped in civil war. At least that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the army of the March is advancing on the capital, led by that treacherous cur Baroness Silintha II. I've received word from the commander of our loyalist forces in the coast. If they march now, they'll intercept the Baron in a matter of days. Alternatively, they could join forces with the army of the east. It's risky, but together they'd have a higher chance of defeating the accursed barons. What are your orders, your majesty? We should join forces. Very well, your majesty. I'll relay your orders to noble patrician Wu II, the commander in field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield. We have our orders, but should we follow them? Okay, patricians of the coast, what are you going to do? Like how we're still invited to the budget meetings mid-rebellion. Okay, the question is, will he be peanut butter stream or do we rebel? The last two budget meetings have only decreased count stats. Sag. Balling Steve. Do it for the deer parks. Hang back and let the rebels march off the capital without challenge. For the deer, we have no conflict with the barons. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace, waiting anxiously for your marshal's return. Finally, she burst into your throne room. Those damn cowards, cravens, treacherous yellow-bellied, lily-livered, chicken-hearted bastards. What in Celeste Earth are you talking about? Instead of engaging the enemy or linking up with the counts, the patricians just told their army to just hang back and do nothing. The rebels gained 3 victory points, Defiance in the coast is up by 2, and Authority is down by 1. They sat pretty in their camp and scratched their asses while the entire Marcher army walked on by. I'll have their heads for this, if you win, which now looks less likely. You have no choice but to rely on the counts. It'll come down to the next battle, your majesty. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. I'll lead the troops personally this time. I must advise against this. You'll be in great danger, and inspiring as your presence may be to the troops, your death or severe injury would destroy their morale completely. You must protect me, then. Very well, your majesty. I'll prepare your armor and horse. We ride at dawn. Sickness spreads. Your Highness, a terrible sickness is spreading among my troops in the east. What kind of sickness? We've done a lot of digging, a lot of latrines, and a lot of graves. What can we do about it? If we let the disease run its course, we'll have lost a lot of soldiers we can't afford to lose. But I'm not sure how much we can do. Perhaps the council can see a way forward? Okay, you can vote for A, B, or C. Why am I bald? No white bald man jump scare. I think you look good. Cherish it. It is the end, isn't it, chat? Wait, how many people can actually vote now? 5 is a majority. Send medical doctors from Quell University. I look like European man number B1B. I know how to treat this sickness, your majesty. It's a simple remedy. Garlic, wormwood, and spleen of goat. Oh, and we mustn't forget leeches. Lots of leeches. Of course, gathering enough ingredients to treat a whole army doesn't come cheap. At great expense, you send your best doctors from Quell University out to the east to cure your troops. Treasury is now 2,700. Hopefully they're worth the money. The doctors get to work with their leeches of bizarre concoctions. Some of your soldiers even benefit from the treatment. But it quickly becomes clear the doctors are fighting a losing battle, especially after they also catch the sickness. By the time the sickness has finished cutting through the eastern troops, hundreds of soldiers are dead, and morale among the soldiers has plummeted. Stop it, I am European and bald. Well, I'm your neighbor country, bro, and I know you're bald, but still, I'm bald and scary. Oh my god, bro, it's cooked. It's cooked. The victory's gained a rebel point. The military in the east has gone down by 2. Keep them sweet. You must have noticed that patricians aren't happy, Your Majesty. The rebels have a keen eye, and they'll take advantage of the situation. If the coast joins the rebellion, we'll be in serious trouble. It's high time you ask the patricians directly what they need. Very well. When you call the council, the patricians whisper amongst themselves, glancing in your direction. Your Serene Highness, forgive the tense atmosphere, but matters are grave in the kingdom. We're all concerned. What's there to complain about? We're all working together, aren't we? I just hope we can all have a productive time. How can the Queen encourage the patricians to keep fighting for the royal cause? Okay, you can vote for A, B, C, or D. This do German as well. What's a damn shame. The Germanism is spreading. Yes, I want to slap your body on the screen. Oh my god. Right, how many people can vote for this again? 5, 6, 9. How many of these people are actually here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Patricians just sat back and watched. Hey, you won't hit me. My head is like a CS flashbang, and now they want to bail out. We must have funding, lest the alternative grow cruel. We blind and dead, woo. C or D? C or D? Paid the patricians extravagant amounts for their help. You have the treasurer make some arrangements, and after a few weeks she comes to see you. Treasury is now 700, and some patricians' wealth has increased. Cruising a few palms is a foolproof tactic. The patricians are very pleased with their payments. Their defiance is down by 3. Unfortunately, a few peasants got wind of it. They're not too happy with their nobles eating off silver plates during a war. Stability is down by 1. Throughout Our Majesty's reign, the patricians have done little but help the barons and stab the counts in the back. Unfortunately, the few, yeah. I'll do something nice for them another time. Of course, Your Majesty, as long as the treasury has the funds. You can only hope the patricians' good mood somehow trickles down to the common folk. Okay, I mean, if the patricians wish to rebel, they can type exclamation rebel Well, the council gathered in the empty council hall late at night. A new report from one of their spies has just come in. Dracov's bones. The barons are behind all the unrest that's been sweeping the kingdom. They're planning on inciting a revolution and then taking over in the aftermath. At least that's what they were doing before this rebellion kicked off. Looks like they've scrapped that plan in favor of starting a bloody war. I suppose we shall have to meet them on the field then. Indeed, we have to make sure we're on the winning side of this war, whether that's the Queen or those despicable rebels. As much as it pains me. The Count's goal is to ensure the Queen wins the rebellion, produces an heir, and completes her ambition. They may also join the ongoing rebellion, but this will cancel the loyalist scheme. Okay, I mean... have your common tax. The barons and the patricians are rebelling. They're at 4 out of 5. The counts cannot currently rebel. Something's wrong. Ah, greetings, Your Grace. Do you have a moment? Of course. I have spoken to my fellow counts, and we are all in agreement. You are not capable of leading us to victory in this war. We think it would be better if you step down before the realm suffers any further. Are you suggesting I abdicate? Not a suggestion, Your Highness. We've already sent word to Baroness Solinth II. She's agreed to a truce if you step down. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but this is your only choice. You have lost the confidence of your vassals. Abdicate or face a kingdom united against you. Oh my god. How did it get so bad? It was going so good early on. I have no... I have no husband. I have no prince. I have nothing but an orphan. We are YOLOing. It turns out that the ordinary people of the capital have no desire to wage war against the rest of the kingdom on your behalf. You rant and rave from your throne, but your orders are ignored. The United Rebel armies sweep through the Crownlands, meeting no resistance. They arrive at the capital to find the gates wide open, and Count Skulker waiting to discuss what to do about the Queen. We could make it look like an accident. Works for me, as long as she's dead. You're still sitting on your throne, shouting orders that no one listens to, when Baroness Solinth II arrives, leading a group of grim-faced soldiers. The official story is that you tragically tripped and fell down the stairs in front of your throne, directly onto a sword. Bad luck, really. Okay, you can vote for the successor, Bertha or Sabina. Okay, looks like Sabina wins. The patricians are victorious. During a rebellion, the loyalists decided that the rebels had the right idea about Queen Zagana. She was unceremoniously murdered. The barons, led by Slint II, launched a rebellion that accomplished nothing besides further eroding the queen's authority. Unable to keep their puppet on the throne, the counts were forced to retreat to their secluded castles and brood. It wouldn't be long before a new eastern claimant would arise, and when they did, the counts would be ready. With the queen's credibility in tatters, Sabina of the patricians seized the moment and seized the throne. Queen Zagana the Usurped. 2 years and 9 months. Wealthiest noble, a non-poorest noble, Balrog of Moria. And this is how it all ended. I love democracy, our democracy. No, curse the sudden but inevitable betrayal. Why not me, bro? Y'all are rats for real. We'll find you another deer park, it'll be fine. Okay, maybe. Good game, GG. So yes, next time it'll be... who? Queen Sabina? Queen Sabina with the blue hair. And the eye patch. Okay, she actually looks cool. I actually like how she looks. She looks pretty cool. Why is everyone so nice? Yeah. Why does everybody betray me and then they're so nice about it? Here's poor Lyra, that's cool. Anyway, I need to finish up now, so I'll go see if there's someone else playing this game to raid into. If I can find what I'm doing. Next stream, I can do either PB or Gartic. PB. Wait, is there anyone else streaming this game right now? Not in English. Okay. Anyone I'm following doing anything interesting? Quote unquote Lobotomy Corporation 3D game. That person's not playing Lobotomy Corporation. We could raid into... What? Lionel Layla's back? I kind of want to raid into her because she's back. She's playing Pocket Mirror, which is some RPG by the looks of it. Oh wait, no, never mind. She does not accept incoming raids. Okay. Never mind. Why did it not tell me that earlier? Selfish girl. Okay, I guess we'll raid into... in that case, we'll raid into... who have I raided into recently, actually? Mog, Muffin... so I should raid into not Mog or Muffin. I guess we raid into Remnor, who's not playing Lobotomy Corporation. Okay, it's going to let me do that. Alright, yes, so what's coming up this week? next week. This week, tomorrow, peanut butter or Gartic? We'll see if peanut butter is code for something. If not, then it's Gartic. Next week, there is a poll in my Discord. In general, I'll actually I guess I can't. It's pinned in general. It looks like we're going to be doing War Thunder after tomorrow. And that would last until, I guess, the end of the Battle Pass. Probably. And then between then and Friday, who knows? Friday and Saturday will be King of the Castle again. But for now, bye-bye.